Ok, aquí vamos. ¿Preparados? 3, 2, 1.
Like an urine sinking sign of love. Who can be strong? How to make you love? Make a night inside. Gotta stay alive. I will never be deceived. I'm the goddess, see true lies. 'Cause I know you gotta find so hard. Can't make us move, but wait, I want you to show me now. Smoking out, getting us move. Make a way, and don't let me catch the same. Don't let me down. Oh yeah, wake up, move this sun is shine. Forever let it go. Got it out, show the way. Must life.
Bienvenidos. ¿Cómo se encuentran, amigos míos? Todo bien, todo bien. Vamos a cerrar esto. Esperar a que esto termine de cargar. Entramos. En medio de una misión, así que apenas entre, va a entrar a la misión. ¿Listo? Para eso. Ok. Vamos a cerrar también este aquí. Vamos a ver eso así. Vamos a ver que siga cargando. Termine. Let me down. Oh yeah. Perfecto. Bien. Dando un poquito su tiempo. Vamos a esperarnos un poco. Esto aquí. Inmediatamente entra a entrar a una misión. Bien. Sí. Ok, ¿cómo va? ¿O por hielo? Ok. Vamos a esto por mientras carga para que ustedes no se sientan ahí. Ok. 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 Listo. Ya debería estar. Ok. Ok. Ok, aquí vamos.
Oh no. What happened here?
Cosas malas, Paimon. Cosas malas. Todos los edificios de por aquí están en un estado deplorable. Tampoco hay nadie en la calle. ¿Será que sean...? No, no, no. No debo pensar eso.
Nadia should be around here, right?
A menos que le tocara el
Need to
agua
make sure
primordial.
she's still. That means we need to check on her.
Sí. Tú mismo, Paimon. Voilà, voilà, voilà. ¿Y dónde estamos? Por allá, ok. Ok, espérese. Momento.
Think you can bully me?
You think you can bully me?
By royal decree.
Yes.
I'm here.
Ok. Ok, aquí estamos. Ahora sí, bajemos. Ups. Esa partecita no la grabé. Solo son unos segundos. Dice, no hemos visto ni una sola alma aquí. Eso me da miedo. Eso fue lo que dijo en inglés. Eso me da miedo.
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone on the roof over there!
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Mira las alturas. Imagina que estás abajo. Porque técnicamente es...
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Ah.
My Desiree.
Rayos.
He looks pretty sad. My leg. My leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Ok. Todo parece agradable y feliz en la tierra de Pozón. Vámonos. Ups. Ah, ok. Me detectó mucho antes. Oh, ok.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Parece un poco...
You're here.
Sí.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Ya veo. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Alguien se disolvió?
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Se cayó.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Ok.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
¿De acuerdo?
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain.
Ok.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
¿Por qué te escuchas lejos?
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere.
Oh,
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
sí.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Uf.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Ya
The
veo.
water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as... No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents.
Sí.
We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Dinos qué podemos hacer.
Thank you for being
Okay.
so willing to help in a moment of crisis.
No te preocupes, para eso estamos.
You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
No te preocupes. Dice, un momento. Siento que falta gente aquí, de hecho.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
¿Dónde están Melos y Silver? Por cierto, ¿dónde están Melos y Silver? Se disolvieron, ¿verdad?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Sí.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Melos y Silver fueron alcanzados por el agua.
Goose. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia va de un lado al otro hablando con la gente, organizándolo todo.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others.
Sí.
I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
Se ve que está decaída porque... aunque está hablando, en varias ocasiones ve hacia abajo. Ve hacia el piso. Aunque está tomando decisiones, a veces ve hacia el piso.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Sí, justo ahora, entiendo.
Thank you.
Sí. El grito de algo. Toma. El grito de las gaviotas. Sé testigo de la catástrofe ocurrida en Pozón. ¿Pozón? Ok. Vamos. Pues... por aquí, ok. Allá vamos. Que es relativamente rápido, así que... interesante. No, sí, pero... Nodos y Silver están... pam, pam, pam... muertos, seguramente. Y sueltos. Bueno, es igual de morir, así que da lo mismo. Me parece curioso porque... En los subtítulos pueden decir muertos, pero... tienen que... listo. Estamos. Con el sol.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Sí.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
No te fuerces tanto. Sí.
Navia, what's wrong?
¿Qué? ¡Paimon! ¡Paimon! ¿Qué no es obvio? ¡Rayos! ¡Paimon! Voy a pegar.
Sorry.
Tranquila, es comprensible. Tranquila, se entiende, se entiende.
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Sí.
Huh? What happened to them?
Lo sentimos mucho. Lo sentimos mucho.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Sí.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Rayos.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
¿De acuerdo?
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
Bastante bien, Jonathan. Bastante bien. Y haciendo la misión de Arconte. La nueva. Continuando con la historia.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
No problema.
I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
No hay forma, por el momento no.
Well, she understands how you feel.
Muy pronto por el
I
momento.
always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
Sí.
Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Sí, estamos aquí.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Ok, gracias. huevo, podría acompañarte ya que voy un poco más avanzado. Sí. Lo que pienso que va a pasar es que Furina va a... Ella es la arconte hidro. Pero al mismo tiempo, usted ha visto que siempre los arcontes tienen dos nombres. John Lee también es conocido como Rex Lapis. Nahida, no me acuerdo el de Nahida. Venti es Barbados. Nahida, Nahida, no me acuerdo. Bueno, tienen dos nombres. Lo que creo que va a pasar es que Furina siempre se ha presentado como Fossalord. Pero vi en el tráiler de la 4.2 cuando salió el live stream del anuncio de los 4.2 en el tráiler, ella se refería a sí misma como Furina. Pero siempre se había referido a ella como Fossalord. Lo que creo que de alguna forma, no sé cómo va a hacerlo, va a hacer que la sentencia de muerte sea para el arconte hidro. Aunque ella es el arconte hidro, va a ser el arconte hidro Fossalord. Fossalord es una persona diferente y Furina es una persona diferente. O sea, son la misma persona, pero creo que de alguna manera van a hacer que eso funcione. ¿Entiendes a lo que me refiero? Que se ha dado muerte con su otro nombre. Es curioso. Y la idea de que ella cambia de color y todo, de negro a blanco y blanco a negro, es eso lo que estoy pensando. También pienso que cuando el arconte hidro, no sé si fue Furina o Agri quien lo hizo, pero cuando el arconte hidro, voy a pensar que es Furina, cuando el arconte hidro hizo la máquina de juicio, de alguna ella tuvo que haber puesto una parte de ella. Estoy casi seguro de eso. Dentro de eso. Y la Gnosis tiene que estar ahí adentro también. La Gnosis es simplemente hecho. Pero estoy seguro que cuando lo creó tuvo que haber puesto una parte de ella o algo así por el estilo. Algo así debe tener relación. No, o sea, usted no lo entiende. Usted no lo entiende. Cuando estoy creando ideas, van a pasar una de dos cosas. O tengo razón y voy a decir, bien, yo sabía, bien, tenía razón. O voy a sorprenderme porque hicieron un giro que no me esperaba y hago, wow, rayos, no me esperaba eso. De una u otra manera, creando ideas, uno tiene tipos de satisfacción diferente. Por un giro que no nos esperaba o porque no tenía la razón. Y así, sí, yo sabía, bien. ¿Entiende? O el otro es, rayos, no me esperaba eso. ¿Entiende? Cualquiera de las dos ideas.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
Sí.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Pero nadie debe haberse sacrificado.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Sí.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right.
Huh.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Sí.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Arlequino.
What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Sí, está ayudando.
Yes,
My people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Sí.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
Sí.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
Sí.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
Tienes uno que te... ¿Por qué personaje vas a ir? Voy a ver. Tal vez tire un poco... tal vez tire por... Arlequino. Que está aquí presente ella ahorita. Navia la voy a skipear. Y... Y... Por el momento... Colin, la chica de la pistola. Que es la guardaespaldas de Furina. Me agrada y me gusta, pero... ¿Puedo skipearla también? O sea, me agrada, pero... no es así como que algo que... ¡Sí, quiero! Entonces, ¿quién sabe? Voy a ver. Hay un personaje en Natlan que sí estoy esperando. Hay un personaje en Natlan, o sea, en la siguiente región que sí estoy esperando. Así que, quién sabe, tal vez ahora está por allí. Quién sabe. Pero un personaje en Natlan que estoy esperando. Aparte que la arconte de allá es una chica y es de fuego, así que, quién sabe.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Sí. La razón por la que puedo tomarme estos respiros es porque ya tengo prácticamente todos los personajes que me gustan. Tengo Jutao y tengo varios. La razón es porque tengo muchos personajes de los que me gustan ya. A mí me parece igual al arconte electro. Bueno, ahora se viene puro macho, así que hablaré bastante para el arma del arconte electro. Bastante, hombre, se viene. O sea, se viene Nadia. En la próxima se viene Navia y se viene un personaje de 4 estrellas que viene con ella. Y tal vez venga Cloud Retainer, que tal vez me guste. La retenedora de tormentas, que es de Leeway.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Sí.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
Sí.
They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Okay.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Sí.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary.
Okay, entiendo.
There's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
Sí.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Sí, y...
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Entonces ha llegado la hora de trabajar juntos.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
Entiendo.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue.
Comprendo. Puedo ayudarte.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
Sí.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Tropa Dorada. Golden Troop. Tropa Dorada o algo así se llama. Es de Fontaine. Tropa Dorada o algo así.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Seguro que no hay problema. Seguro que no hay problema. No pasa nada porque no sea... ¿Seguro que no hay problema?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Okay.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Entiendo.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Mm.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Quiere distraerse.
I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something... a Distraction.
Sí, necesita distraerse.
My mind off Malus and Silver.
Entiendo, es comprensible. Dice, Navia es una persona muy fuerte, pero ahora necesita estar con gente. Si viene a explorar con nosotras, estará acompañada.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Vayamos juntas a las ruinas.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Gracias.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Sí. Ok. A ver. Por cierto, el tropa dorada es este. Este que está aquí. Este. Se llama tropa dorada, el artefacto. Compañía dorada es, perdón. Compañía dorada. En cualquier caso, vamos a hacer la... Vamos a llegar allá. Listo. Vamos un poco más cerca. Vea cómo la... Cómo el... ¡Wow! ¡Wow! Es como el viento mueve la... Como el viento mueve la... Qué bonitas vistas. De hecho, pues tomé las fotografías así rápido. Ok, aquí estamos. ¡Wow! Listo, hemos llegado.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
¿Sí?
Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Sí. Para entrar, ¿qué elementos necesito? Lugar secreto. Según la información de los Fatui, en este lugar podría haber ocultas pistas que nadie conoce. Ok. Entremos. Entremos, entremos. Entremos, entremos. Entremos, entremos. Yay. Carga. Ok, darle un vistazo a esto. Que tal vez habría cofres o algo así, pero no. ¡Wow! Qué bonito está esto. Ok. ¡Wow! ¡Qué bonito! ¡Qué bonito es esto! En serio. ¡Qué demencia! Ok. Ah.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Toma, 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 toma. ¿Ah, sí? Tú. Toma. Por diversión quise hacerlo así. ¿Algún cofre o algo así por aquí? No veo ningún cofre ni nada. Los dominios como solo pueden hacerse una vez, cualquier cofre que uno vea o algo así los tienen que agarrar. Las puertas se mueven. ¿Hay un piso falso aquí? Ah.
Watch it. The floor here isn't safe.
Me di cuenta, Paimon. ¡Oh!
Think you can bully me? Look at you, Boozer. Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Tú. Cofre, ya me iba a mandar. Gracias. ¡Wow, wow! Hablando de mandarme. ¿Qué es eso? ¡Wow! ¡Wow! Ah, por si me caigo. Gracias. Son bastante amables. Tenemos este. Listo. Listo.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Sí.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Navia, deberías ir a un lugar seguro.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Sí. Ah.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Ok. A juzgar por cómo está el terreno, no sé si podremos regresar. Ah.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
Pero ¿cómo vas a pasar
In
tú?
that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
La verdad es que tampoco hay más opciones.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Si el agua te toca, te mueres.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Ok. No quiero tocar esa agua. Por aquí, listo. Voilà. ¡Cánicas! Ah, ¿qué camino? ¿Cómo le hago ahí? ¿Cómo le hago ahí? Ven. ¡Mi repollo! ¡Sí! Una puerta acá. Listo. Ok. Vamos por acá. ¿Enemigos? No, no son enemigos, simplemente alargó la vista. Bueno, esto no es seguro. Tendré que pasar corriendo. Esta cosa no es segura. Ve cómo está brillando. Esta hora se puede caer.
There's something wrong with this bridge.
¡Lo sé! ¡No! No había corre. Ah. Ok, sabemos que Navia no va a morir porque sale en el próximo parche, pero ¿cómo se va a salvar de esto? A menos que después de que resuelvan el problema de alguna forma, traigan a las personas que se disolvieron en el agua, primordial. Esa es otra posibilidad. Ok. ¿Cómo estás, Ganryusha? ¿Todo bien, todo bien? Bienvenido. Una pregunta. ¿Viste mis tiradas por Furina? ¿Cómo te salvaste? Tengo curiosidad.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Sí. Creo que así es. Creo que sí tal vez sí van a devolver a las personas que se disuelven en el agua. Van a regresarlas. En YouTube la rompiste. Ah, gracias. Gracias.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
No.
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Ah, lo viste en YouTube. Muchísimas gracias. Lo viste en YouTube. Muchísimas gracias.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
Como ya tengo prácticamente los personajes que me han gustado mucho en ¿cómo se llama? Hasta el momento en el juego, y ya tengo gran variedad de equipos que puedo formar. Tal vez tire por Arlequino unas cuantas para ver si la tengo, porque me agrada cómo se da Arlequino. Pero no estoy muy seguro. O sea, el siguiente personaje que me gusta bastante, que estoy esperando, está hasta Natlan. Hasta la siguiente región. Y pues, quién sabe. Porque también la cuidadora de tormentas, o la de tormentas, que va a salir en Leeway. Retenedora de tormentas o retenedora de nubes, tal vez me guste. Es la que sale de Natlan. Natlan es de cómo se llama la próxima región. Y me agrada ¿se acuerda el video donde sale el resumen de todo lo que va a pasar? Que Densling está hablando de Mondstadt, luego Leeway. Y cuando llega a Natlan, sale como una pequeña que hace explotar la tierra. Sí. Esa misma. Preservadora de nubes, sí, me llama la atención. De Leeway me llama la atención. De esta región, las próximas que me llaman la atención son Arlequino y Preservadora de nubes. Chlorine está agradable y todo, pero puedo skipearla, a decir verdad. Me agrada y toda la cosa, pero o sea, como le dije, ya tengo todos los personajes. Hasta el momento tengo ya todos los personajes que en verdad me gustan. Arlequino y Cordain me llaman la atención, se ven bonitas y todo. Me llama un poco más la atención Arlequino, a decir verdad. Pero o sea, a decir verdad. Y retenedora de nubes de Leeway, o retenedora de nubes, también me agrada cómo se ve. Pero a decir verdad, puedo esperar incluso hasta Natlan si quiero. Corinne, sí.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Esta es otra persona que se disolvió. Tenemos dos posibilidades para lo que está pasando en este momento. O Navia se disolvió y al final de este arco va a haber alguna forma, al final de esta historia va a haber alguna forma en que pueden hacer que la gente que se disolvió vuelva o es solo una alucinación y aún no le ha pasado nada porque ella iba camino abajo hasta el mar cuando cayó. Entonces, quién sabe.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Porque todas las personas con las que estaba hablando Navia en este momento son gente que se disolvió.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it, Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Tal vez todo esto es como una alucinación compartida de toda la gente que se disolvió.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Además de que el color de pantalla aqua azul, digo, aqua verde no ayuda mucho. Se ve como acuático, algo así. La tinta de color.
As many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Lo dijo como dudándolo.
Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Sí.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Porque la gran mayoría de las personas se salvaron. Solo estos cuantos se disolvieron. Incluyéndote a ti ahora, supongo. Si en verdad te disolviste.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Pasa. Okay. Okay. Estamos
Look,
aquí.
it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness.
Sí.
Everyone's finally here.
Lynn. La gente que se disolvió.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
Huh.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
Huh.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Huh.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Huh. Ella está disuelta.
What do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Okay.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
Sí.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Uh-oh.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
El agua a veces se mezcla como las gotas, ¿no? Y si la gente de verdad se disolvió, todos se mezclan o algo así.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us
Sí,
forever.
para que se quede.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
Wait, what?
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Sí, la gente disuelta. Es como una ilusión o pesadilla.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Sí.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Sí.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It
Sí.
will surely accept her kindness.
Que el agua se mezcle y se una y todos queden juntos. Tal vez es un tipo de ilusión por la que pasan todos los que se disuelven. Obviamente, tal vez la ilusión no es exactamente la misma para todos. Seguramente representa y se manifiesta de formas diferentes para cada persona. Sin embargo, para ella es esto.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
Sí.
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Creo que si acepta no va a volver. Creo que si lucha y gana, puede volver a su forma original y no devolver. No, o sea, digamos, se disuelven. Tienen esta ilusión o este juicio, lo que sea. Si son hallados culpables, o mejor dicho, pierden el juicio, quedan disueltos para siempre. Y si ganan, tal vez vuelvan a su forma original.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Se está recordando.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
Sí.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Sí.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Sí.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Criaturas de agua. Se convirtieron.
We're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Sí, toda la gente que se disolvió se convirtió en agua y dentro de este lugar se manifiestan como oceanías. Quieren que todo el mundo se una y se mezcle, se mantengan unidos como el agua. Por eso los atrapan y no los dejan ir y por eso la gente que se disuelve nunca vuelve.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Todo está lleno de agua hacia el ambiente.
While there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Sí.
Malus. Silver.
Sí, también se han convertido en...
You must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Sí. Ok. Perfecto.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Sí.
You're awake. Good.
Bien.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Sí, te habías disuelto seguramente y Neuvillette logró sacar tu esencia apenas. Seguramente es porque estaba cerca de nosotros y nos encontró por aquí. Y pudo sentir que tu esencia todavía estaba cerca.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Sí.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Sí.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Entonces la gente ya que se disuelve se convierte en Oceanías.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Sí.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Okay.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
No.
Oh, I am quite all right.
Ah, bueno.
Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Dice, por cierto, recuerdos de parte de Sigwin. Por cierto, saludos de parte de Sigwin.
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Tú dirás, tú eres la experta.
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Wait, what?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate.
Sí.
They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
¿De acuerdo?
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Dice, espero que Navia se anime pronto. Le ha pasado un montón de cosas este día. ¿Quién sabe?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
A ver, ¿qué me salió? Ups. No, esto no era. No era esto. Quería ver los logros. Pero creo que no puedo verlos aquí. Y confundí los logros. Confundí el símbolo de logros por símbolo de ¿cómo se llama? Del pase de batalla. Tal vez hay un cofre adentro, porque aquí no hay ningún cofre. Y vámonos. A ver la puerta. Ábrete, sésamo.
Can't handle your drink? Huh. By royal decree. Incinerate!
Convocaste esto, ¿eh? Gracias por las... Nana Kundana. Listo, vamos. Vamos a ver si hay algún cofre por aquí. Nada, ok, vamos. Aquí me volvieron a... Otro pedazo de puente que se cae. Bueno, son ruinas, así que tal vez estén un poco de caídas. Y... Uy, chicas, creo que estas son las peores ruinas. O sea, en el sentido de que creo que estas son las ruinas con más inestabilidad que hemos... ¡Wow, wow, wow, wow! ¿Ahora qué? Oh, no, me hicieron subir, supongo. Sí, gracias. ¿Cómo le hago? Gracias. Era aquí. Y de acá empezar a moverse hacia un lado. Son las ruinas más inestables que hemos visto hasta el momento, creo. Ok. Hola chicos, ¿cómo están? ¿Todo bien? Tome. Listo, gracias. Más inestabilidad. Ups. Yo soy rocas cayendo, qué demencia. Lo que intento, Paimon. Luego quiere matarme aquí. Ellos también, ¿ok?
Yeah. Can't handle your drink, huh? Midnight Phantasmagoria. Insubordination.
Ok, ya me cansé de intentar.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Oh.
Think you can bully me? Look at you, Boozel.
Ok, voy a caer con ellos primero.
Bombs away. Boom.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I'm here. Sayonara special.
Inadmissible evidence.
Scratch.
Bueno, pues sí, ya lo va a matar.
Think you can bully me?
This realm
¡Rayos!
is no home for a princess.
Está atrapado en la esquina.
Look at you.
Me atraparon. Listo. Ok.
I'm a rock.
¡Rayos, no!
One shall
Para nada hice eso.
once again.
Ah, eso alrededor, ¿no? Vamos a tener que esperar un poco hasta que vamos a comer algo para que Fisher regrese. Listo. Ok. Perfecto. Wow. Cofre por aquí. Bueno, ok. Ya vamos. Oh, desde ya. Las ruinas son más grandes de lo que pensé. Ups. Ok. Aquí. Vamos a pelear otra vez. ¿O no?
Looks like we've reached the end.
Así parece.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Hay algo en los muros.
Stone
Creo que...
slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Sí.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Registraré en el pasado la historia del futuro. Suena a ciclo. Suena como si hubiera sido un ciclo. Como que alguien hizo un ciclo, volvió al comienzo y en el pasado. Digamos, hizo un ciclo de la historia. Y cuando volvió al comienzo de la historia, grabó eso, escribió lo que tiene que escribir, que va a suceder en el futuro.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celeste, lo que decimos que es celeste, que está arriba en el cielo. Es esa ciudad que vemos desde el comienzo del juego.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Las imágenes coinciden con lo que dice la profecía. Esa, especial. ¿Qué haces?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Paimon tiene razón. El orden de las imágenes está mal. El problema está en el orden de la tercera y la cuarta imagen.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
La segunda imagen también es inquietante. ¿Qué culpa están reconociendo las personas de la segunda imagen?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Sí.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
¿Podría ser?
Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
Puede ser un ciclo. Puede ser el ciclo de que alguien hizo un ciclo y estuvo en el pasado y ya había y sabe lo que va a suceder en el futuro, o simplemente es un profeta, algo que sabe que va a suceder.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Okay. En realidad, ya no importa quién haya creado esas placas. Lo importante es saber si de verdad se va a cumplir la profecía. La primera. Están en desorden. La primera, ¿quién? La primera de... Este templo. Sí. Perfecto, ok. Okay.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
Okay.
You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Sí.
You still have energy for that, Navia? My man's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
No te preocupes.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Ok. De acuerdo. Hasta mañana, pues.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Okay.
All right. I'll be on my way then.
Así es, Paimon. Hemos vuelto.
We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
¿En serio? ¿Cuál? Rayos. Estoy aquí viendo. Ya volví. Perfecto. Vamos a quitar esto.
And there's good food too. Navi, no, the boss is the best.
Tú también hiciste un gran trabajo, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts. Nice. These are all Paimons. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
¡Rayos! ¡Mona!
That voice. Is that who I think it is?
¡Mona!
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
¿Qué haces tú en Fontaine, preciosa? La archimaga Megistus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Igualmente.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Megistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Megistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Ya veo.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
¿Cómo se llama tu maestra?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Rayos.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
Es curioso porque con esos nombres Fisher se sentiría genial. No sé por qué a veces. Porque a veces Mona dice que ella dice cosas extrañas, pero no. Más bien ellas dos se llevan muy bien, es lo que sé, pero una que otra ocasión Mona ha dicho como que porque hace cosas tan raras, pero tú tienes nombres bastante llamativos también. Bastantes llamativos.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Ya veo.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Yo podría llamarme Aventurero Tris Poderosa.
But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
¿Has venido a Fontaine por la profecía?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Sí, pero Mona no los encuentra geniales, solo molestos o absurdos. Sí, pero no tuvo ningún problema en llamarse Megistus. Megistus, que es grandiosa. ¿Ah? O sea, a lo que me refiero es que no tuvo ningún problema en ponerse algo genial, ¿entiendes?
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Whoa.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Wow. Supongo que así sería.
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
Visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Wow. Profetas. Necesito saber si la profecía es real o no.
Are you sure?
Sí.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
¿Está bien? Muchas gracias, preciosa. Eres el único personaje. Es curioso porque de los personajes de los personajes 5 estrellas que me hacen falta del banner común, solo me falta Mona. Mona y Genshin son mis personajes preferidos de los personajes normales. Del banner permanente, es lo que quiero decir. Del banner permanente. Y es curioso porque durante el beta cerrado, en el que, bueno, durante el beta abierto en chino que participé, durante el beta abierto que participé, antes de que saliera el juego, como una semana antes, me salió Mona en el de 5 estrellas, lo cual es bastante curioso. Y me agrada ella, tiene coletas y es muy linda.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Aww.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed.
Aww.
The spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Gracias, preciosa.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
La próxima vez bajaremos la voz.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Muchas gracias, oh gran Paimon.
That's more like it.
De bien. Muchas gracias, oh gran Pa. Paimon y tú charlan un rato y se van a dormir para recuperar fuerzas. Al otro día.
To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
De acuerdo. Bueno. Ya vamos. Ok, perfecto. Ok. Ok. Vamos. Ah.
You're here! Finally!
¿Qué pasa?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Ah.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Todo saldrá bien y volvió a verse
All I
abajo.
have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Huyó.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Está afligida por algo. Está ocultando algo a propósito. Está afligida por algo.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed.
Por supuesto.
Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
O sea, a lo mejor interrogarla no era la mejor aproximación. Brina se tiene que dar cuenta por sí misma de la gravedad del asunto.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
En ese caso, necesitaremos ayuda.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Creo que conozco a algunas personas que podrían ayudarnos. Ok. Unos días después, en un barco cerca del tranquilo Poison. Creo que vamos a ocupar la ayuda de Arlequino en esto. Algunos fatui. Y Lina y Lynette. Arlequino, Lina, Lynette y Feminen. ¿Sí? Ok. Y aquí estamos. A ver qué sucede.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Sí.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That
Sí.
naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Feminen.
Me? No.
I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
¿Cuál es?
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Música, como siempre. Como siempre, bonita música.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Ponen una telaraña para simbolizar la trampa aquí al lado.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
Rayos.
I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Yeah.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Okay.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Sí.
But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Sí.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Sí.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Sí.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Huh.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Ok. Así es.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Sí.
Sounds very interesting.
La metáfora de Chlorine en realidad no es más que eso, una metáfora. No se hará llamar, no serán llamar cazadores porque ese no es el quid de la cuestión. Además, su relación con Furina tampoco está en un punto tan malo como eso. Con Furina, sí. Solo necesitan averiguar qué secreto esconde. Es irreverente indagar en los secretos de un dios, pero deciden asumir el riesgo para evitar que Fontaine se hunda bajo el agua, tal y como predice la profecía. En este caso, no existe ni un cazador ni una presa, pero sí la posibilidad de tender una trampa. Eso es lo que necesitan. Eso es lo que necesitan, una trampa. Ok. Vamos a ver los dos logros que tenemos, por cierto. El amor es destructivo. Navia sobrevive al agua del mar primordial. El escenario del destino. Planea con tus compañeros la trampa para juzgar a una diosa. Okay. A la base de espina de rosario. Ok. Listo. Okay. Okay. Perfecto. No quería hacer la misión. El niño, espérese. Quería hacer la misión de los niños. Un momento. Sabores y profetas, ¿ah? Listo. Es una forma toda complicada ahí, pero no importa.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Esas reuniones me han dado hambre.
Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Remine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Marina, ¿eh? ¿Te sientes con más confianza ahora, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
¿Qué pasa?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, ¿qué va?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
¿Cómo estás?
I really refrained from saying anything till now.
Creo que es la maestra de Mona. Es el único personaje que no hemos visto. Huh.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Nicole, no, perdón.
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Sí, eso mismo. Me equivoqué. Era la que Nicole es.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
¿Quién eres y qué quieres de nosotras?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Sí. La discípula de una amiga, o sea, ella y la maestra de Mona son amigas. Y esta es la misteriosa bruja N de la arquera. Me gustaría preguntarte algo sobre la profecía.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Ya veo.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes.
Sí.
Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Otra vez es el destino.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Yeah.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but...
Pero no lo entiendes.
It also sounds kind of scary.
Veo el fondo de la taza de té.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Sí.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Huh.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Sí. Dice bruja N. ¿Esta es la pista que nos da? Bueno, no puedo leerlo rápido, como la mayoría.
Paimon hears someone talking. Alright, coming.
¿Qué trabajo ahora te has vuelto, Paimon?
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
¿Qué tal estás estos días, Mona?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Okay.
I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Charlotte.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
En realidad, alguien ha visitado, alguien ha venido a visitarnos.
Huh?
Le cuentas a Mona lo ocurrido con la persona misteriosa.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Imagino que vino a transmitir un mensaje.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Sí. Dice, es posible. Seguro que la pista que nos dio es útil. Pero ¿cuándo entenderemos su valor y significado? ¿Fue esa la mejor respuesta que había a mi pregunta?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Estamos pensando.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Sí.
If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Sí.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... oh, I need to get going.
No te preocupes, Mona. Y gracias.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Adiós, preciosa.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said.
¿Sí?
But also kind of sad, too.
Mhm.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Okay. Ya, supongo. Ok. Estamos 2 horas, ok. Fontaine, Fontaine se va a hundir. Rayos. Aquí vamos. Listo.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Nos hemos hecho famosas sin saberlo.
Let Paimon see.
Okay.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Sí.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Eso parece.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
This time. Ok. Por allá. Ok.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Posiblemente sí. Sí.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Sí, el que nos dio Arlequino aquella vez, ¿no? Y aún no se ha agotado.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
Rápido, antes de que alguien se nos adelante.
One slice of cake, please.
Rayo, la melusine.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Sí.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Okay.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore, what would you think?
But why would it close?
Well,
Es un ejemplo.
Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Sí. Eso. Muy buen consejo. De mí. Incluso si no hay un mañana, hay un hoy.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Okay.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now.
Como mascotas.
Stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Como mascotas. Sí, ve a los humanos como mascotas y es sumamente gracioso.
And there she goes. Alright, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
Paimon y tú se miran y comen la tarta.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Sí.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Si no se puede hacer mañana, vive el momento hoy. Okay. Ok, perfecto. Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Sí.
You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
¿Dónde está la parte que nos corresponde?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that.
Okay.
It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Okay.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
Cosas buenas.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
De verdad quieres entrevistarnos?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Ah, no, eso no importa.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes?
Sí.
Oh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Nos vemos.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about,
Sí.
isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
Huh.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
Sí.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Sí.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Nos vemos.
That's
Adiós, Linda.
so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Sí.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Sí, se ve muy bonito.
Paimon's been thinking,
¿Qué? ¿El qué?
if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Si pudiera elegir, es como lo que dijo Charlotte. Devanearse los sesos pensando en ello no tiene sentido.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Y seguiría haciéndolo hasta que ese día llegue.
You mean, still traveling?
Sí. Sí, y apreciando cada segundo.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Por supuesto. El tiempo pasa volando mientras charlas con Paimon. Al caer la noche, vuelven a su alojamiento para dar el día por terminado. Los días siguientes son muy tranquilos y Charlotte les entrevista en la base de Espina de Rosaria en el río Ceniciento. Tras terminar lo que tenían que hacer en Pozón, Navia regresa a la sede y toma una imagen conjunta de ustedes. Todo parece ir bien. Hasta que no.
like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Rayos. Qué cosas, Paimon. Que de momento estoy con amigos míos. Ya vengo, voy al baño. Ya volví.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
Rayos.
Not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Y pensabas que éramos fugitivas.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Somos todo oídos.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Sí.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Ya veo.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care.
A ver. Debe ser la
Sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Debe ser la trampa, ¿no? Claras tiene las cosas, Paimon.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Supongo que sí, Paimon. Supongo que sí. Dice, desde leer novelas de misterio, ¿te sirvió de algo?
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Ya vamos. Ya vamos. Okay. Hmm.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Vamos. Brina está allá abajo, supongo. Ahí está. Hmm.
That's Farina, right over there.
Brina está.
She's here all on her own.
Brina está ahí. Brina está ahí. Brina está ahí. Mira, es. No, él es muy alto. Ok.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Brina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
Brina.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Era una comedia.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dared to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Brina, no lo ocultes. Claramente estás triste.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to
No.
meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Brina. Al fin tenemos tiempo con ella. Nos perdimos. Pero todo esto debe ser parte de la trampa, creo que le van a hacer, ¿no? Tal vez.
Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
La trampa.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Ok. Parte de la trampa. Furina.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Un poco más bajito, este sitio no está... un poco más bajito, este sitio no está insonorizado.
You're right.
That's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
A lo mejor es otra catástrofe.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Sí.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Sí.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Dice... ¿Habrá llegado Furina ya al límite? ¿Habrá llegado Furina ya al límite? Parece que ahora se comporta de una manera más natural. Furina se relaja y charla un rato.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Pero aún así no te has rendido. Pero aún así no te has rendido. Pero aún así no te has rendido. Furina, aún así no te has rendido. Y aún sabiendo eso, no te has rendido, ¿cierto?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Pero también significa que no hay ninguna esperanza.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Wow.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
Y así se habla.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
No tenemos mucho tiempo. Tengo que preguntarle algo más. O no habremos avanzado nada. Furina, no hace falta que cargues tú sola con todo esto. Aunque nadie sepa la verdad, tu pueblo estará dispuesto a compartir la carga que llevas.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Recuerdo, no la compartas, pero al menos cuéntame qué sucede. Cuéntame, seré tu testigo.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Sí. Eso mismo.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Sí.
If that's the case...
No hay tiempo. Dilo ya. Dilo ya, Furina. ¿Qué pasa? Oh no. Sí. Sabía. Ok. Ah. La gente la escuchó. Sí. La gente escuchó cómo era ella.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a...
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a...
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in
myself.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time,
I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Yo seré tu rival.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Dice, Farina estuvo a punto de contarnos su secreto, pero al final ocurrió esto. No pasa nada. Mientras gane el juicio, seguiré teniendo la oportunidad de que nos lo explique todo.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Sí. Una imagen.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
¿Entiendo?
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontaine history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support.
Sí.
The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Lo siento, Furina. Lo siento, Furina.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Te equivocas.
Oh?
Mi misión era intentar una última cosa. Mi misión era hacer un último intento. Queríamos que nos contaras tu secreto antes de llegar al tribunal. Queríamos que nos dijeras lo que sabes antes de... Queríamos que nos contaras tu secreto antes de llegar al tribunal.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Oh.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Efectivamente, ahora lo único que podemos hacer es juzgar al arconte Hidro. Aún así, no puedo dejar de pensar en ello. ¿Qué iba a contarme Furina antes de que llegáramos al tribunal?
Please allow me to pass this along.
Okay.
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see.
Oops.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Sí.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Nos viene muy bien.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay. Juego. Estás cargando algo.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House.
Que no.
That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Interesante.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Pero no te estamos juzgando por haber o no haber hecho algo como arconte.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Sí.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible.
Okay.
But what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives.
Creo que lo que estamos intentando hacer es que vamos a acusarla de no ser un arconte para que pruebe lo que ha hecho, para que intente demostrar lo que ella ha hecho. O sea, lo que ella ha estado investigando y ha estado haciendo durante estos 500 años.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Lo creo desde el principio. El pueblo te considera arconte porque esa ha sido su creencia durante mucho tiempo.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Tengo que pensar con cuidado. ¿Qué hace a Furina tan especial? Ok. A pesar de que Novelet, la sentencia de Novelet, durante la reunión diplomática, la hora del tel, durante la reunión diplomática, creo. Sí.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Como por ejemplo, una maldición.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Eso no importa, lo importante es cuál es la verdad.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Veamos.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, But a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Por eso, Furina, eres una humana con una maldición.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Momento. Está demostrando que Furina no controla la analizadora. Sentencia de Child.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in... You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Hemos hablado de asumir lo de las hazañas. ¿Puedes mostrarnos tu poder?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Muéstranos brevemente cómo usas el elemento hidro.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Bien, perfecto, está funcionando. Ok, aquí vamos.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Huh.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Okay.
How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Aunque no tengamos pruebas de que no es un arconte, al menos podemos demostrar que es humana. Si Furina es humana, entonces... El incidente del mal primordial. La caída. ¿Esto? El mal primordial, sí. Ok. Ok, disculpen. La defensa de Line cuando escuchó a alguien en el lugar. ¿No? Ok. Entonces, las mujeres. Me parece. La verdad. ¿Las chicas desaparecidas?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Que si le echamos agua.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak now.
Okay.
I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you.
Sí.
All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
Mm.
I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Okay. Furina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution.
Okay.
As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Sí.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Huh.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Huh. Huh.
Hey!
Lo ha hecho.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! believe me now. I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water.
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin.
Sí.
Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe...
Dice, ¿qué está pasando? Es imposible que Farina no supiera las consecuencias de tocar el agua. ¿No parece ella misma? ¿Acaso defender su identidad como arconte es aún más importante que su propia vida? A lo mejor hace tiempo que se ha rendido.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Sí. ¿Cómo estás, Cuervo?
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
¿Por qué arriesga tanto su vida?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
¿Sí?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Pasa con ella. Dice, se me están acumulando. Pero ahorita veo eso.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Eso es la profecía.
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique.
Esa es la imagen de la profecía.
Render the final verdict on the charges.
Esa es la imagen de la profecía. Como ella estaba sentada. Cuervo, lo siento, pero ahorita no me interesa mucho lo del Honkai que está diciendo ahí. Sorry.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
La Dora ha declarado inocente. No. ¿Será que?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Sí. Lo más extraño es que el veredicto ponga arconte hidro, no Furina.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Huh.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
¿Qué pasa, amigo?
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Okay.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Sí.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea.
Okay.
It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Aún no hemos resuelto el enigma.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Okay.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Esto es la antigua arconte hidro usando su poder divino.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been—
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
¿Están relacionadas con la realidad?
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Okay. Ah, ¿qué pasa? Dice, observa las imágenes de la placa para extraer de ellas la información clave. Entre los incidentes apuntados en el manual de la entrevista, encuentra situaciones relacionadas con las imágenes de las placas para corroborar su veracidad. El nivel del agua de la fuente de interfase aumentará conforme avance el progreso de la corroboración. Cuando corrobores la veracidad de todas las placas, se revelará la veracidad de la profecía.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Hey.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen.
La que se ve en la... es Furina.
That incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Esto es... Ella está sentada en el trono y ahorita está sentada igual. Algo no está bien en esto. Ok. Una placa profética encontrada. Una placa profética encontrada en las ruinas y que relata la historia del futuro de Fontaine. La primera toda. Su imagen parece retratar la anterior. Arconte Hidro usando su poder divino, tras lo cual las oceanidas se convierten en personas.
That doesn't sound quite right.
Ok, perdón, tenía que... Lo de Navia. La prueba en relación con placa profética 1. ¿Purina? Sí. ¿Esto? Sí, el caso de...
From the case of the serial disappearances of young women, that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Porque son oceanías. Son oceanías. Y vuelven a su elemento natural después. Retrato de Celestia flotando en el cielo y la arconte Hidro y su pueblo arrodillados mientras la miran. Aún así, parece que Celestia los castiga.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Sí. Retrata al arconte Hidro hundiéndose en el mar y rodeada de muchas personas. Ok. Ah, N. Navia.
It's
Listo.
not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The
Sí.
stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Lo que retrata coincide casi a la perfección con la profecía de Fontaine. Al final, toda la gente en Fontaine se disolverá en el mar y solo quedará la arconte Hidro sentada en su trono divino mientras llora.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Okay. Okay.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Sí.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Okay.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Pero ella aún no quiere. Furina aún no quiere confesar. Furina aún no quiere confesar. ¿Por qué?
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Ok. Dice, la primera placa demuestra que la gente de Fontaine no es realmente humana.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis.
Sí.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Sí.
Indeed.
La segunda placa demuestra que el pecado del arconte Hidro fue crear a la gente de Fontaine.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Sí.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
En cuanto a la tercera placa, sigo pensando que debería ir después de la cuarta.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
La cuarta placa representa la profecía.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Sí.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Disculpe por eso. A la otra fuente de poder.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Okay.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Okay.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Okay, gracias.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Entonces, ¿qué retrata la tercera placa?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Entonces...
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy...
La completaron al juzgar a... Al juzgar a Furina, lograron completar la profecía porque juzgaron al arconte Hidro.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Es como si el destino lo controlara todo.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Rayos. Rayos.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Okay. Hola. Sí. Internet le está dando por joderse en este momento precisamente. Qué ganas. Ok, en español aquí, no inglés. Ok. Y ya se está poniendo bien otra vez. Ok. Vamos. Listo. Sí. Ay, ¿por qué está pasando esto ahorita? La transmisión está como medio mal. Ok. ¿Por qué no aparece? Continuamos.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Lo he visto. ¿Te refieres a...? Ah, otro puso. Ok. La última corroboración.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Es muy probable que el cataclismo vaticinada por la profecía comience en este lugar. Okay. Ahí está.
It was both dream and reality.
Listo.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. Okay. Sí. Debe ser usado dos manos, no una. En el child, Tartaglia. Okay. Volvió. Bienvenido de vuelta. Ah, se cayó otra vez. Se cayó por el mismo agujero por el que salió. Qué genial.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Sí, es ella.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
Tevat.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Sí.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the...
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Okay.
That battle maniac. We've always know that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
¿Por?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Y aún no sabemos qué está planeando Furina. Al final, las cosas han tenido que salir así. Es imposible luchar contra el destino. Un momento, el destino.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Furina estaba dispuesta a sacrificar su propia vida y todo. ¿Por qué?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Sí.
All you need to do is to play your part.
Sí. Tal vez aunque la profecía se cumpla de verdad y que hay una manera de salvar a los demás, debe haber algo que se me está escapando. Claro, Furina, ¿qué es lo que iba a contarnos cuando estábamos en el baúl mágico gigante? ¿Cuál es el secreto de Furina?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Marina!
No, I still need answers.
Cosas pasando al mismo tiempo. Ok. Perfecto. Pasa. Vamos a esperar que cargue. Ok. ¿Qué rayos es eso? Ah.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Bueno, en cualquier caso, luego la maldije.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all.
Of all time, de todo el tiempo. Okay. Toqué una lágrima de Furina. Si no recuerdo mal, las lágrimas contienen las emociones más fuertes que hay. Cuando alguien tiene una sensibilidad al elemento hidro lo suficientemente alta, ocurre lo que me pasó en la Fontaine Lucine. Te conectas a la conciencia de una oceanidad. Estaré en el mundo interno de Furina. Furina, ¿qué hace en el escenario? Pensándolo bien, puede que no sea Furina, sino un reflejo de su yo interno. Si pudiera hablar directamente con ella, tal vez averigüe algo importante. He venido en busca de respuestas, así que no puedo dejar pasar esta oportunidad. Intentaré hablar con ella. Por el otro lado. Ups, no era.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Furina, soy yo, Caxia.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Pero si aquí no hay ningún público.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Linda qué linda es Furina, en serio. Linda es Furina, en serio. Linda.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are
Así
upon
podré
me.
volver a ser yo.
I must at all times display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Hay palabras poniéndose aquí. Así podré ser yo, así podré salir. Nada, es imposible hablar con ella. En su interior sigue interpretando el papel de arconte hidro. ¿Qué gran determinación tendrá para haber creado ese muro en su interior y su subconsciente? Tengo que encontrar la manera de hablar con ella. ¿Lina? Así. Sí. Apagar estos reflectores.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ella, aunque digan que no es la arconte hidro, ella trabajó en esta nación durante 500 años. Y eso nadie lo puede cambiar. Y eso nadie lo puede cambiar. Aunque no tenga el poder de los dioses. Ella alcanzó a ser uno. Todo lo que sufrió, todo lo que pasó, todo lo que se sacrificó por esto.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Look at you, Foozil!
Yo. La calidad del juego como que bajó, no sé por qué. Todo lo que sufrió por esta misión, por estas cosas que hizo. Todo el tiempo durante 500 años. Sin poder decir nada, sin poder hacer nada. Ya ha apagado todos los focos. Seguro que en el interior de Furina estas luces simbolizan a las personas que la miraban. Y que fueron esas palabras que escuché. Antes. ¿Será la verdadera voz interior de Furina? Una entrada. ¿Cómo ha acabado aquí? Parece que va a empezar un espectáculo. Veamos tu verdadero yo interior, Furina. Acto número 1. Enfrente del espejo, Furina. Esto es triste. Ella sacrificó tanto de su vida para esto. Dicen que ella no es el arconte. Y posiblemente Fosa lo sea, pero ella hizo tanto durante estos 500 años. Se le merece todo el respeto de cualquier otro dios.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Momento. Ok. Momento, ya regreso. Que la transmisión se está medio quedando mal.